Hello, board members. How are we doing this lovely, lovely Puzzle Sunday? Well, I hope. As it is Puzzle Sunday, we gotta start something new. And that new thing is going to be the Roottrees Are Dead, I believe is what was recommended to us by I Swear I'm Not an Elk. She is quite the fan of the puzzle modules and recommending them to me. I don't know too much about this. I think I read through the, little description of it, and I don't know if we're solving the murders or if we're doing, a genealogy or something on this. I'm not really sure, but we'll find out. We'll see what happens. I haven't even had a chance to start this up. I didn't have a chance last night to get it installed, so I had to do it today when I got into the office. Looks like it's just starting right up, though. Okay. Enable search all for enabling the mark certain puzzles significantly easier. Okay. Evidence that indicates that there are more leads to track down. Disabling this increases the difficulty of the module. I think I'm gonna leave that on for just, I don't think we need to make it harder. No frame rate limit. How do you VSync with no limit? I guess it just auto detects it. All right. This music though. Look at that. Those bluesy jazz. I like a good bluesy jazz. I appreciate that. I'm a jazzman myself. Let me turn this down locally. I don't want too much overlay. But apparently the Roottrees were three sisters, and they had a crash. What happened? The plane crashed last night near Pittsburgh. Well, that's a pretty straightforward one. Welcome, Ika. Be right back driving. All right, drive safe. All right, let's get started, I guess. Roottrees, the mystery begins here. Roottree Mania. The mystery will unlock once you finish the Roottrees Are Dead. Oh, okay, so there's a extra thing. Extra value. Hopefully this module is pretty well done and kind of long. It was $20. This is a $20 module. Wait, does it tell me 1998? But so for something this simple that seems a little expensive, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. T12, welcome. How you doing? Hopefully you're having a good day. Ika's driving, so I'm gonna wait for them to not be driving before I request the information about their day. But T12, how are you doing? Well, I hope. The Roottrees are dead. Let's see. Unused. The Roottrees are loading. Okay, so we're putting them in the ground, or are we loading a gun?
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottree and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers.
That's what they're referencing.
There were no survivors.
Wow.
Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Right, girl.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees Company's lawyers are scrambling.
Nothing of value was lost. I mean, it was CEO and his three, probably incredibly successful triplet daughters. So, I don't know. I mean, it depends on how good of people they are. We're assuming because they're incredibly rich and successful that they're probably bad people. But they could maybe not be.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay. Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order. Oldest, youngest. Examine my evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. Sleuth! Okay. Spouse, unknown name, and they're married. Got milk picture. Wait, like, got milk the advertisements? Someone hired you to give you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. Oh, it is for that. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a root tree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay, that sounds like a real ad. This was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Woman, Elise, Anderson, okay. Men and women. Okay. And it's women. Looks like they're in alphabetical order by last name. Is this literally everyone we're gonna have to figure out? Dang, alright. Okay. Welcome. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thank you for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Okay. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with higher resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use a Netscape Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Okay, no, that sounds right. So far, I'm on board. Wait, what is duck? Don't know where to look next. If you're completely stuck, try talking it through with your rubber duck. Get a hint. Oh, the rubber duck is the hint. Okay, that's cute. All right, so we have an internet. Oh, God, please don't tell me we have to hear that every time. Oh my God, am I the only person here old enough? Disconnect. Am I the only person here old enough? A colored laser printer? Okay, wait, T12, are you old enough to know about that noise? Do you know that noise? Pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Okay, great. Okay, do I just... Okay. Okay, so... Tree sisters? Sure you didn't mean root tree? Sure. Did I mean root tree? Afraid I am? Nice. That was a noise. Oh, come on, really? Root tree. Root trees. Tree? Root tree sisters. Majorities that focus on the Root Tree Sisters modeling careers. Okay, you came across an unofficial Root Tree fan site, then created by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Anna is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS, but Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Okay, well that's an important note. Highlight? Okay. I think that they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand Root. I eat Root Tree candy all the time. My favorite are Maple Crisp, and tried to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. The website's author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the Root, fashion lines, and none of it is relevant. Okay, thank you. Okay, so is there... Okay. Do I type a note? Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Tips. Pages can be renamed to make it easier to remember what you've written on each one. Highlight any text in your web browser or evidence for quick option to add it to your notes. The entire contents of the notepad are saved even if you quit the module. Don't forget to check them when you return. Family reminders. Siblings often refer to as brother or sister, people that share the same parents. Okay, second cousin, third cousins. Thank you for letting us know. I guess there's people who might not know what a second cousin is. That's probably fair. Apparently this passes for evidence. It's enough that they were willing to point it out to me, so yeah. American school terms. K through 12 stands for kindergarten through 12th grade. This includes all schooling from ages 5 to 18. Approximately. Schools produce yearbooks, which are albums of staged photos of the students, typically with solid color or cloudy backgrounds. Wait, can we access those? Relevant information found for... Okay, did I miss something about what she said? Okay, I guess we can just probably try to look for photos of each one then. Oh, I did it again, didn't I? Gosh darn it. Let's see. A lot of obituaries in the focus of Roottrees Sisters' modeling career. That's it though. Okay, I mean, that's fine, I guess. How do I fill in the names? Is there like a button for... Okay, that's zooming in. Is this... It'd be nice if this was on a button, but I guess not. Oh, okay, this is like... Oh, okay, so this is the whole list. Where is she? And a root tree. Rose is a middle child like me. So, Rose... Oh, maybe she has a different last name? Riley. So, Riley is the youngest. She's also the youngest, I guess. I'm home now. How goes it? Pretty good. How you doing, Nika? You're browsing the internets? Hey, yeah. We're doing some classic late 90s 56K modem internet searches. But I'm a little confused about then. So, can I move this? Not really. I really wish this was on a button. Like, I wish the notepad was on, like, tab or something. Okay. Unknown occupation. Ah, I keep hitting, like, I keep wanting to hit tab to bring this back up. Middle child like me. Okay. So, yeah, Rose is apparently... list of names that your employer provided. Doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make sure note of any brand names, books, products, lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. Oh, okay. So yeah, this Rose thing isn't on the list that we were given. Interesting. I was out celebrating my birthday with my parents, so now my social battery is pretty drained. That's fair. Not as popular as her older sister, Rihanna. Rihanna? Yeah. But still very well known. Most of the time, they lump together as the Roottrees Sisters. Unfortunately, Results of Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for sisters together. Can't find what you're looking for? Someone isn't in the list of names that your employee provided. And a deeper dive on what you... Okay, so... She mentioned... They're just rich because they're models, but their dad's also part of the clinic cafe, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion diver. They do modeling for brand food. Okay, I guess we need to look up Root. I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Is this like something? No. There's a pretty common word, although searches are not case sensitive. If you're searching for something specific, keep an eye on how it's spelled and punctured during your research. For example, the clothing company Root also has a period in it. Period after it, even if it's not the end of a sentence. Additionally, if you're searching for a name, most of the time, full name, but sometimes it often goes by a nickname. Okay, so we need... like this. Welcome, I started Mountain Elk. Howdy. Buses are awful in the evening, so I just got home from feeding somebody's cat. Oh no! Oh no! Well, at least you're home now. Roots. The period is part of the name. Is a clothing company. They make clothes for children, from toddlers to teenagers, although their website is down. Like they do increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say. You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hecka fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley Rose or Rihanna. Okay, so this, in the 90s, wouldn't probably be on a flyer. It might be on a website, maybe, at the time, but that wouldn't be in a magazine like I think they're trying to talk about. You'll come across a website for collector clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and I appeared on almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers collectors enough to mention. That Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover during her daughter Rose's... holding her daughter Rose in 1985. So this is the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name. Carly okay, Carly. So that's what we're missing. Ah. Bam. Carly Roottree it is. This magazines that were actually good. I feel like it would. You think so? That seems a little risque for the time. My parents took my parents to the local Korean restaurant, then to the boba tea place I go to, and then afterward we went to look at a climb on boulders at a nearby boulder park, and finally I took them to a Mexican ice cream shop. Wow, Ika, you had a big day. Happy birthday again. And not extraordinarily priced. Exorbitantly priced? Yeah. They're a niche item these days. They're not like everywhere like they used to be. But that's what the internet's for. Okay. So you lull them into security, poison them, and make them exercise on the poison, so the poison would spread faster, and fed them ice cream out of guilt. That's one way of looking at it, I guess. Okay, so this is a fashion model? I guess model. Something TBH? Was it TBH? TMS. TMS. We'll see if it's listed. Could be Thomas Sheridan. TMS. Okay. This is my interpretation of the day. Wow, that's a very specific interpretation. So model. Alright, so I guess we're technically looking for Carly Roottree and Riley Roottree now. Oops. Not what I meant to click on. obituaries. Who's the most famous? Most of the posters. It's in our own life. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. They dress in plaid, root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. I guess she's also a model? No, don't do that. I hate when they do stuff like that. Nothing. The only thing that sucks about this is the way I have my keyboard set up. I have to like constantly be reaching over it. It sucks. I wouldn't poison my parents on my birthday, but it does sound nice for those who enjoy drinking poison. That leaves 364 other days. A transport magnetic system? I don't think that's quite transcanonical magic. Magnetic stimulation? No, I don't think... it's supposed to be someone's name, T12, but I like the out-of-the-box thinking. Bonk. Also, I have the Spooter Google. Spoogle? Roottrees was the 9th, right? Oh, that's a great question. Okay, so Carly. It's Carly, right? Remember the trivia page that lists common trick questions. Answers: what are the first names of the famous Roottrees girls, Carly and Riley? Explanation below the answer states that the Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottrees. Apparently her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottrees Jr., but after finding out they were having a second daughter, they called her Carly. Sometime in the 90s, a now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sister had Rudd names, and she was the odd one out. That's where she began to go by her middle name. Okay. Well, that's nice. Hello, Zamus87. Welcome. Hopefully you're having a good day, Zamus87. Okay. I guess we can look up the Got Milk ad. See if that has anything specific going on. Nothing related. This is going to be incredibly obnoxious with the way I have my stream set up. I do not want to have to keep moving my hand to type stuff. Ugh, let's see if I can do this. Like this, maybe? Because the way the stupid microphone is, it's down here in my lap. Because it turned out these desks at the office, they don't have the little like length outside of the supports on the bottom that you're supposed to attach stuff to. The supports are right on the edge of the tables. So I had to change up how I did the mic for this. Alright. Okay, what about just Got Milk in general? Got Milk is a series of advertisements for milk funded by dairy farmers that feature celebrities with milk mustaches. The Roottrees sisters did an ad that used a modified version of the photo you have in your inventory. The ad mentions there are models on magazine covers and also associated with the Roottrees Candy Company. Okay, I guess we can look at that. Oops. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are a lot of results for Roottrees' extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it has been receiving. However, you find a direct link to the history section, manages to work momentarily. The Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elise Roottrees shortly after he married, I guess that'd be Ellis Roottrees shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons, that seems actually important, for reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with input and votes from extended family. The site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Ellis and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottrees, who despite his death is listed as the current president. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children's clothing. The primary models for Root are the Roottrees sisters. Okay, so I guess that's just their job, is they're all models? Okay, so how do I do... Oh, I can click on their faces and get a picture of their faces. Ah, okay. That makes more sense then. So how do I... How do I put that? Is that a note? How do I do something with that? Okay, I can move it, which is nice. Okay. Maybe I'm missing something? Okay, so that just takes us here. Show everything. Oh. Okay, so this just gives us, like, that stuff. Mystery comics, 15 cents. Tales of Suspense. The Notorious Montjoys. Riot Girl. So how? Oh, okay, so I can just click on it. Okay, I think she mentioned Riley was the one who wears plaid. Oldest and got married to TMS. Okay, does one of them have a... They might not have been... Oh, wait. Is that a ring? Okay, so the one on the right is the oldest one. Then... Wait, where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Clothes like... Try to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does. Riley is the youngest. Okay. So Riley is the youngest, and she's the one who wears plaid. And the oldest one was the sister on the right, which makes you the middle sister. Send pics of the Kansas boulders later in the Discord. Okay, cool. Okay, these 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following optional entry: Sheridan Thomas. Thomas Sheridan. Booyah. It's a pretty 90s thing to say, but that lasted all the way through the 2000s, too.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet.
Uh-huh.
Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Cool.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The root trees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable root trees.
Okay.
Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
Okay.
I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Cool.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Okay. Wow. Sleuth! So my mom kept saying they were like the Kansas version of Avberry? Avuberry? What's Avuberry? Hired you returns. Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the trees helps remove extra names and photos. I'll let not explain when she comes back. Okay. To verify this person, you'll be able to add bonus photos with Ellis. Okay. Okay. Presumably Ellis. Wait. Oh, that's the wrong kind of Ellis. Oh, there's multiple Ellis eyes. Oh no. There's multiple Ellis eyes. I mean, like, company founder, or... I guess the first president? And she had something to do with Maple or something, right? So, what, like a farmer? Travel agent. Okay. Fair enough. I'm here, I'm just desperate/desperately trying to find a module I had in mind to send him on his birthday, but apparently didn't schedule delivery for. Oh, okay. Okay, so they don't care about the mom? Huh, okay. Interesting. Okay. So the dad was Carl Roottree, right? Carl Roottree. And he was the current president. I'm gonna go with probably the most recent one. Then, what was their mom's name? She's the head of... the Roottrees sisters. Carl Roottree, Elise and Gwyneth Roottrie. Gwyneth Roottrie, Red Roottrie, Jim Roottrie, Lauren Roottrie, and Miracle Jr. These are easy to find online. Okay. This is a list of notable Roottries. The person who hired you gave you this list and said everyone on it could be found easily via your search engine. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable Roottries will be crossed off after they are verified and locked. There's an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids with the magazine Teen Blast. Mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. That also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Cool chocolate, bad blue raspberry, awesome apple, power plum, and so strawberry. Okay, wait. Okay, intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. Numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. A list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list, and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence, maybe missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Gotcha. Let's see. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why the kids still love him? Okay, what do we got? What even is an elderberry anyway? Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. So elderberry used to be one of the flavors then. He had 5 kids. Okay. That's them. That's the paper. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1999. Next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees. Okay. So they were returning the time to find out 6 more blood relatives. Okay. Alright, fair enough. Elderberries don't smell nice. I don't think I've ever actually been around an elderberry. Not that I'm aware of. Okay, so let's see. It's Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm, Anderson Maple Farm. So presumably Gwyneth Anderson was her name. Guess it's a logical jump to make. Okay, yeah, Gwyneth Anderson. Yeah, farmer. Did he have a job? The tree company was founded by... I mean, maybe founder is a different thing then. Hold on. Was founder different than first president? Director, dancer, chief, cashier, author. Unknown, driver, farmer. Nurse, pilot, politics, preacher. Principal, pro-athlete, professor, public speaker, retail, student. It was founded by Ellis shortly after his marriage. His family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that are explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president and votes from extended family. I'm gonna put them on the map. Crispy apple. Okay. Okay. So I guess let's look up good old Carl, shall we? Oh wait, did that have a... What did that show? Hold on. Oh, periodicals. The largest internet database of magazines. When your investigation was found, be sure to have the correct magazine or newspaper name. Oh, I have to look up specific ones. Ah. I see. Remember who died in the recent... No, not Carl. Ugh. That's my bad. That's my bad, everyone. What's your name? Ellis Roottrees. Ellis. How many portraits available to add to the family tree? To get started, click on the Faces of Your Evidence tab. Okay. Ellis Roottrees. Let's see. Let's see what's here while we're here. Oh, a bot. Hello, welcome, bot. And we're gonna block you, and then we're gonna ban you, and then we're gonna report you for being a dirty botter. It's pretty straightforward. It's a pretty straightforward problem. Okay. Crow died in a recent plane crash along with his wife, Brenda Roottrees. Okay. Well, that helps with that, which I was looking for, but... Brenda Roottrees. I'm assuming she probably had they want her maiden name. Yeah, looks like they wanted her maiden name. We have another Brenda on the list. I don't see any Brendas on here. Brenda White's. There we go. Additional one, okay. Apparently I'm getting something wrong. Oh, do I need a photo? I need a photo. So how far? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Interesting. Oh, they got divorced. Split up, and then more relatives. What is this? You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Ooh! So there's some, like, unreliable narrator in the form of the internets. That's fun. Alright, so... Tree which confided with his wife. Clothing company, released at Roottrees Company, okay. Which he co-founded with his wife. There's a short press release. With a heavy heart that we've mourned the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottrees sisters, and other employees that perished in a terrible tragedy. Our Roottrees family is in shock and in privacy at this time as the head of the company. Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you can join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. To go on to list some of these accomplishments, one of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. The periodical added Business Watch. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. And they've been around for over 100 years from another and will often write about major changes in management of famous companies. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this the Watchman of the Year. Find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year. Ellis Roottrie and Carl Roottrie. Business Watch does not host any online archives of any site you can find via spider search, though you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. Alrighty. How do I trigger... right now? Ah, okay, it's right here. She was awarded Watchman of the Year in 1936 for his accomplishments rolling out 5 pieces global market. An article and a scan someone made of the cover have been added to your evidence. Ah. Okay. Well, it was voted Watchman of the Year by the Business Watch in 1936, and a painting of him appears on the cover. Thing says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 pieces. Inside the article, 1908. Ellis forms the Roottrees Canning Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 pieces, the company is barely profitable. Ellis has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to... Okay, why does that just cut off? I guess it just leads to this? Ellis invents 5 pieces. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 for each flavor. Okay, well that's going to be super relevant for this guy. I guess highlight? 5 pieces are sold in some Pittsburgh markets. 5 pieces rolled out to all New England. The new recipe and flavor is finalized, and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. Roottrees Candy Company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for their global rollout. With the help of his son, Ellis Roottrie Jr. Okay. I guess make a note of that. Of his son. A new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. Production is tripled and worldwide distribution begins. There's also a what's next section that claims Ellis is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottrees Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clancy Trust. Okay. Gotta look that up. Put that on there. Okay. Does that count? I guess that counts. Okay. This music is all over the place. Public library. New system coming the fall of 1999. Okay. Anderson Maple Farm? Some information on the website of the first Anderson Maple Farm. There are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elise and Gwyneth. The photo was added to your evidence. Nice. Oh, okay. So that was him as a younger man, then. Maybe they prefer the photo over the painting. The famous picture of Ellis after they founded the Roottrees Candy Company before it was a success. What you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Ellis or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Ellis and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list and their evidence, they're marked on the chart with a star. Yes, that sounds correct. Okay, nothing has changed. Because founder isn't a thing, right? I double check this, nurse. Lawyer. Farmer, driver, director, dancer. I don't see anything. So I would think this would get locked in. I guess maybe we don't have the dad fully figured out. So we know this is a lady. Female, and at least one of them is like Carl Jr. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 flavor per child. One up of his son Ellis Jr. Clancy Trust. Clancy, pronounced Clancid. The Clancy Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees, who was Ellis's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Oh. Okay. Clancy. Lawyer at the time. Great. Throw that in the highlight. Please check stream and prepare for defenestration? What? What's the problem? Why are we freaking out? Due to these things' nature is often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Ellis and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully discussed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clancy Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information discovered is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecture talk about the Roottrees verse RR in 1994. Throw that in there. While looking into the Clancy Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee. In fact, at the same time. Ooh. Okay. Highlight that. And 5-piece guarantee in combination with the Clancy Trust was Ellis Roottrees' attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of the Roottrees president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Wow. That is some expensive candy at the time. Wait, please check stream and prepare for defenestration. What did you send him? Partner suggested that he wants to try it too. Oh, okay. You sent him some kind of new module to play? Okay. Combined with the Clance Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Ellis wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and knew that because this passive income was tied to their profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. Oh. Doesn't seem really directly relevant to anything we're looking up, but that's fine. Knights in tight spaces as opposed to fights in tight spaces, I'm guessing, right? I've seen the module fights in tight spaces. It's the newer one. Oh, okay. Look, that's fun. Ugh, that's fun. It does look, the little bit I've seen of fights in tight spaces does look interesting. Same concept, but knights. Ah, okay. Alright, so, and then we have this one to look up. And a few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clance Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on the Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clance Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Ellis Roottree without company dissolving the trust. There's no additional information online. Okay, so RR. Music, calm down for a second. No, it's fine. No, I get it. I know. We're going... Listen, you're just a little loud. You're drowning me out a little bit here. Calm down. Yeah, down there. That's... I know you're good at this. Just keep it a little lower. You're a bluesy jazz. I don't need you to go like big band jazz, all right? We're not throwing a party. We're doing a midnight investigation. Calm down. Well, you can invite your friend can stay on the... What is this? Like drums or something? I don't know what this instrument is. I don't know what this is. Like some weird synth stuff. Look, the joke ends now because I'm officially out of my depth of understanding jazz, all right? All right, so okay, so I need to look up the dad. If it tells me anything... First president of the Roottrees Company. Okay, that was correct. You find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottrees Candy Company. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife, Gwyneth. That picture has been added to the inventory. Evidence. So a biography section about there's additional information. This is credit for inventing 5 pieces of Popper Maple Company. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. So, after 5 pieces became wildly successful, Ellis spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He quoted on the slide as being, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." He claims that it made good on this promise, but offers no additional details. There are a few more quotes about Ellis from a book called Family Man, The Roottree Legacy by Bess Wilson. To say that they are biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards. Sends out the great-grandson Carl Ellis was voted Watchman of the Year. Okay, so we got that already. Might need this. I don't know how relevant that is. Nothing. Okay. Oh, they're both required. A relevant investigation was found in the public library. Oh, I didn't get all of this. No, son of a... Biscuits. Biscuits! Biscuits, I scream at ye. Try this. Published 1920, hardwood nonfiction anthology, an old book about Ellis Roottrees. There's no downloadable version available because the book is impossible to find these days. Interesting. So it's super rare. Odd. Very odd. Okay, let's get back to Carl, I guess. Oh, this probably isn't... Probably don't need that anymore. Son, Roottrees Jr. I like it also tells you where you got this, so you can go check. That's actually a nice touch. Again, the company's head lawyer at the time. R in 1994. Like Robert Roottrees, I'm guessing. My piece guarantee. Because it wouldn't be Carl. Wait, hold on. It would probably be one of his, like... Wait, what's this? Roottrees use surnames for birth, even if the person changed their last name after marriage. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Okay, gotcha. So that helps a little bit. So this isn't going to be farmer. This is going to be first president then, since they apparently didn't have a job before that. Gaining company's head lawyer. Successful. Okay, so Carl. Let's see. Died in a recent... Oh, I wonder if I could look him up. Oh, wait. Watchmen of the year to many people through the years. Okay. Okay, I guess we can try this one and see what happens. On to Watchmen of the year 1987 for his work with Brute Dot. The cover and summary of the article has been added to your evidence. Would you be able to remove the on-screen chat so we could read? Oh, yeah, sure. Chat. Whoop. Better? Okay. Ah, here we go. Thank you kindly. Yeah, no problem. Okay. So we got a face on him now. Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987. A photo of him appeared on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders. Chosen work tree, a rather clothing company. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. Oh, okay. When Rihanna was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at sewing machine. Soon clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees. Ooh. Okay. Hold on. Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees. Highlighted. A notable singer. Actually, you had a young daughter around the same age as Rihanna. Word spread. Okay. Well, actually, let me just add all of this instead. Oh, okay, it adds it as two separate things. Okay, that's fine. That's close enough. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brand, seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., would just become the president of Roottrees at the time. Oh, okay. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie, to become president at the time. Throw that on the list. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than the candy. So Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root Dot exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they are
Words are hard.
Benefit. I'm sorry, it's like 3 different things. I've got a bunch of stuff going on. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first one did. Miranda became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Okay, so Carl's cousin. Also, we have a picture of Carl now. Is that a lock-in? Do those lock in? No? Huh. I guess not. Okay. So, Carl's cousin. He's got... that would be his second cousin. So, cousins would be these ones, because it's the parents, siblings, children. So you had a young daughter around the same age as Rihanna. Okay. Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr. And his second cousin. Which has become president of Roottrees at the time. So the second cousin would have been like this. Or these would be second cousins. Okay, we'll need a little bit more to go on. Jim Roottrees. Jim. Okay. So apparently I haven't done anything that gets locked in yet. Which is a little strange. Also, I don't think I need this anymore. Okay, maybe I can look up the original 5 pieces and then try to get these names figured out. Oh, I don't need that. Oops. 5 pieces. Names? Nope. Oh, maybe it's like this. Marketing materials and various candy history sites, you learn that 5 pieces of the iconic candy sold by Roottrees Candy Company, although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that since the late 20s have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple remain consistent. There's also a history of print advertising, websites that claim to have a 5-piece advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through the website, it seems like all of their images links are broken. Weak sauce. Okay. Let's try that. Now let's highlight it. And then can I guess it would be a library search. Author Charles Lee. And This Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2. Vintage. Okay, here we go. 1985 hardcover history advertising nonfiction. It's part of the book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the additional hindsight, you can clearly see that they got pretty much everything wrong. Nice. It includes some print advertisement. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s added to evidence. Sweet. So this should give us, hopefully, the original names. Cinnamon extract. M is for melon. M for miracle berry. Found an advertisement in the Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 years ago. The states that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle berry. Miracle berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. Here's 5 pieces. Flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. So I guess would it be in order then? So it would be like Junior? Because it said unknown female. Wait, why does that say unknown female? Unknown name. Unknown name. Unknown name. Wait, why does that say unknown female? Did I misclick that sometime? That must have been something I must have misclicked. That's really strange. Okay, so this is going to be Ellis Jr. Right? I need... the flavor inspired by... Okay, we'll just highlight that. So grape is going to be a G something, presumably. Gwendolyn or Gwen? Okay. Let's throw that on there for now. So this should be Ellis Jr., who I believe was tree. Ellis's son, Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the okay, 5 pieces. Her son, no. Architecture firm. Okay. So E would be elderberry for Ellis, right? Yeah, elderberry is as Ellis, and that's going to be an architect. And architect, unknown for right now. Cinnamon, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle berry. Miracle berry. Production has tripled worldwide. What was the other one? The candy begins nationwide distribution. Yeah, Ellis has a daughter. Oh, okay. Ellis has a daughter, the first of 5 children. So that's where the woman thing came from. I missed the first part. What is the context of this investigation? So the international famous, the Roottrees family has died. The most, one of the most prominent members, Carl Roottree, and his 3 daughters have died in a plane crash. This is the family is scrambling, and this person, this mysterious woman, has shown up and asked you to basically do a family tree to help figure out how they're going to break down the inheritances and stuff. So we're having to build this whole family tree, and if we do this, we apparently, our reward for doing this is going to be some grand thing. That's where we're at for what the main premise of this is. So we're doing all of this to help save save this company and then get some kind of big reward. Bet it's piano. I mean, with all the jazz going on, piano makes sense. Okay, so that would explain the lady thing. Okay, 5 pieces sold. New England. That's a nationwide distribution. Company. Up of this architecture, production triples. Okay. Now there was the thing about. Okay, it was Ellis's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Okay, so C would be what? C would be cinnamon. Okay, so that would be next. So we got cinnamon. So what was it? Clancy, right? I think it was Clancy Edward. Clancy Edward Roottrees, yeah. Clancy Edward. He was a lawyer. Okay. Nobody said what the reward would be. $350. That's like 10 pounds now? What? Yeah, no, she hasn't said what the reward would be other than it will be so great it will change my life, which in my mind implies that she thinks we're probably one of the members of the family who's currently a penance. Reminds me of, sorry, there's a Futurama scene about this kind of thing where Bender's like great-grandfather passes away and he leaves an inheritance to Bender, and at the will reading, the great-grandfather's butler is to be paid the same wage that he has always been paid, which is a pence paid out over the course of like the next 10 years in the form of 1/10 of a pence each year, and the butler just starts freaking out and crying and then like leaves the room. It's just like knowing that a pence is like nothing. A knife to the gut would change your life. That's true. She'll pay you an exposure. I mean, technically, if we were to figure this out and we were to prove it like on TV with as rich and powerful as this family is, we would probably catch some airtime, which might get us some work. You're not wrong. Okay, so we got that figured out. So what's cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle berry. Miracle berry. Let's see. So it would be melon. So it would start with an M. I'm okay. Miracle Junior, Miracle the Third. So Margalite, and then I guess Miracle Berry. That's such a. I don't know if that's right. I just like the idea. They're like, we can't think of anything. Just call him Miracle Berry. It's just maybe. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that's so good. Okay. I guess we haven't actually researched what's her face yet, right? This lady? Can I can't copy that, I guess. Oh, that's so funny though. That's so funny to me. And that's assuming this is going in order, right? Okay. Anderson, Gwyneth. Gwyneth Anderson. Gwyneth Anderson. Let me see. Gwyneth. Hold on. Does it tell me? Although they're no longer companies, only popular products. Okay. Okay, that was just a thing we printed out. Anderson Maples? Okay. First interest in Maple Farm. Oh, here we go. Oh, what? No. Gosh darn it. I hit the wrong button, I think. Hold on. There we go. Root tree? Finds information on a website for the first Anderson Maple Farm. Include a famous picture of Ellis and Gwyneth. Marrying Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. Okay, well, that's kind of what I was looking for. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, who was to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm, so long as she married. Before Ellis took over the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Ellis's idea to create a candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine with the maple with other flavors. It led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores. So the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond that. The farm has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Okay. Let's try this. Information on websites. Okay, it doesn't look like there's much else going on with her. So let's see. Children? Nope. Let's see. Tree. Nope. Okay, so I guess we'll have to go by names. Really, there's nothing about this guy in here at all. Is it Ellis? Ellis with oh, Ellis. Let me see. Additional information. This is credit for inventing 5 pieces. Sentences that he claims to make. But called Family Man. Right, grandson. Great grandson. Right, okay. Okay. So, what do I got for names? So those are locked in. That's locked. Well, that should be locked in. Oh, wait. No, he was... This was made the most recent president. So he would have actually been, like, the 4th president. Right, that makes sense. I guess those people aren't going to be easily found. We got the names. To verify this person to be able to add bonus photos. Don't know why I would do that, but okay. So wait, they had a kid, but split up. Oh, okay, so is it going to turn out like this is us? And we're barely tangentially connected to the family? I bet that's what it's going to be. Why is this top secret, though? That's real strange. Clancy Edward. Okay. I guess we can keep looking at Carl stuff. notes. Brenda. Another company. Accomplishments, one of them. Roottrees sisters, he was the president of the Roottrees. Okay, well, did I miss? Article has been added to your evidence. Oh. Roottrees Candy rather than a clothing company. Oh, cousin. Hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees. A noble singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Rihanna. So that, he should probably... Hold on. This should be a pretty famous person if they're a notable singer. Let's see. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song "Rollin' on Down to the City." It's now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes the majority of the songs, plays the guitar, and often... Okay, wait, so I want to get... I'll just add this to the list so we know who the wife is. Songs, play the guitar, and often sings. Diamond's considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Photos out of this. One down. As seen in MMM, only the great grandson of Ellis Roottrees could make disco this sweet. MMM. Okay. Rolling Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. Unless pop culture tricked them into caring, somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of it plays for roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why they never heard of it before. Maybe that's why you've never heard of it before now. The image is from an auction for a sealed copy as a sticker that says, "Only the great grandson, sweet, credited to Peter." Okay. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue. Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. He will be marked on the chart with a star. Oh, okay. Well, that makes things a little easier, doesn't it? I need Jimothy. Oh yeah, James. And then, what is it? Diamond LaRue. And he was a singer. I thought I saw... Oh, musician. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, are these just pictures of her? Okay. Apparently something I've gotten wrong here, because something is not locking in. I think I should have a lock-in at this point, but... Every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. While non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the trees helps remove extra names and photos. Oh, okay. So this isn't a photo, this isn't a portrait or whatever. Gotcha. Wait, so it's his brother? Wait, that seems incorrect. Was it one of them in... Okay. Was it... Wait, was it the note? Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. Wait, it's his cousin. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, not his brother, it's his cousin. That makes... Okay, that's better. Okay. Okay, so we need to look up the periodicals MMM. And what was this guy's name? Oops. Copy. Paste. Relevant investigation was found. Be sure to have the correct magazine or newspaper name. MMM Music, huh? Okay, maybe we just have to search MMM? An advertisement for Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the early 80s, and went out of business due to high competition from much more major publications. Oh, okay, there we go. Well, that's exactly what I needed now, isn't it? Eminem Root Tree. First of all, you spelled the last name wrong. Second of all, that would be hilarious. There's two T's in Root Tree. The module keeps chastising me about that. Read a review and articles about the modern music. You don't see anything relevant anywhere in the first few pages results, and there are too many results to look through them all. If you have specific album names or artist names, you may have better luck searching for those instead. I guess rolling on down to the thing? Rolling on down to the city. The singer who sings, according to... Although Jim writes the majority of the songs, the rest of the music is from folksy. Maybe like Cherry Tree? Pretty general term, perhaps unsurprisingly, you find lots of results of foliage. Sound of laughter? Okay. I respect extra T. Good, good. I don't mind releasing it. You can't find it in a picture of its cover. It doesn't appear to have been very successful, and reviews seem middling, even from fans. So basic liner notes exist of Jim Roottrees fan page, and it states that lyrics and guitar are credited to Jim Roottrees and the vocals are credited to Diamond LaRue. Wait, can I look up a fan page? Maybe James? Nope. James Roottrees, singer. What am I missing? Grandson. As seen in MMM. Music critic. You find his mention on fan websites based on unrelated. He used to work from, I don't know, before the magazine went under. Okay, so maybe. Jim. Come on. Oh, I missed the. That's what I... There is a letter limit. Okay, it's fine. Okay. So what am I missing about you? Bonus photos. Okay. Maybe I need a gym for this? You interviewed a 19th titled Reluctant Hitmaker. Jim goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J plus J&D. My cousin and his ex. Ooh, okay. His ex. Okay. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. Clark. Okay. I like Clark. I never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with me and my dad. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. Oh. Okay. Wait. So, other cousin. Okay, so this one got separated. So this is Jane Diamond. Or Delu. Delu? Jane Delu. Dukes? Ah, here we go. Jane. And then this is... What was his name? Clark. But he didn't know his dad. Clark Raffi. No. Let's see. Okay, maybe it is. Okay. Is that the only Clark in here? Yeah, looks like that's the only Clark. So unless he goes by a different name, I'm gonna throw that down as the only Clark. Okay. I guess also technically a musician. Split up. He said his first wife, right? As a result, I and Clark grew up in Diamond, and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the four of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her, wow, on Clark with her younger sister, everything exploded. No more family band. Wow. Okay. So wait, hold on. So the LaRox family had 3 sisters. The LaRue family had 3 sisters. Diamond, Jane, and then a 3rd sister. Okay. Exploded everything. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told rolling is like that. That wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. Started Raffer Tunes. Okay. Like that. Is a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be client. That's also how my father was connected to the Roottree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung up on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, so that falls back onto the Raffer Tunes thing. Oh, apparently this is also someone famous? Huh. Interesting. Because he said he didn't know his dad. Hold on. Figure now he starts to remember. Also, my father was connected to the root tree. All of his old ad campaigns. Okay, so his dad was advertising. There's a company when the came to the root tree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung up on the walls over the record player. Interesting. That just went straight for the music. Okay, so we got Raffertunes. Website about Raffertunes. Clark Rafferty LaRocque's advertising firm. Oh, did he end up marrying the younger sister? On it, there is an about page, and you find a picture labeled "Inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign." Though that is in more detail, Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. And when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katerina, to calm down for a picture, he had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now available. Okay. Okay. What am I looking at? Oh. Okay. Well, that helps with some of that stuff then, eh? That would be you. Presumably. Okay, this is the... You had 2 kids, so... It's gonna be you. Then we have the 2 daughters. Separate kid, but there was a divorce. Did he say what the name was? Wife and children. His wife was trying to get his advertising firm. Okay. So I guess that would be Katarina. Like this? Nothing. Clark Rafferty lose. Maybe this other name will get us more of a hit. Nope. Inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. That can't be anything. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Hold on. There's no way this links to anything, right? What are you doing? No, highlight this. Ah, I was hoping. I was hoping. Wait. Forward. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Labeled. So we have the photo. Could we look up, I guess, Jane LaRocque's? Come on. There's a listed talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Oh, her name's different now. Okay, so maybe she has a different name? Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. Okay. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. That's fair. So, let me look at this. Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. Okay. Do I need to change her name? Well, Del is she. Maybe that's like her new... Nah, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Wondering if... Organizations found. Be sure to have the correct... Okay. Wondering... No. Let me highlight this. Aha! In an article from 1968, you find a small section focusing on young, upcoming talent the Modern Music Monthly predicts will make it big. As this say about the LaRues? The LaRue sisters got their start during session work for their great-uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from the 1960 through 1965 that feature the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees? They're going to release an album sometime next year. Youngest, Kim, is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over one of the children in Oliver. Okay, the youngest, Kim. Okay. I mean, that's not Kim, is it? So there's Jane. Wait, what was the other name? Hold on. Okay, Diamond we know, Jane. He says, ever heard of the Roottrees? And are looking to release an album sometime next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children on Oliver. Okay. Can I get... I wonder if I can do... Oh, wait. I might be able to do it this way. A small section. Make it big. Article. Okay, no, it's just this one. Okay, maybe Kim. Nope. Nothing. So his dad was in advertising. Let me see. Did we look up, we did, right? Really? Okay. Yeah, this is just this one where we got this. Only thing I kind of, but even then we never agreed on what it was. Writer and songwriter. One of the benefits of a famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. There's also my father was connected to the Root Tree. fan campaigns on the walls over the ad campaigns. Ads? No. No. Okay. I feel like we still need to get more info from both of them right now. I don't have anything about like his family or nothing. Fine, is considered a one-hit wonder. Recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. I wonder, is this relevant? This is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum post called "Cool Things You Got in the Mail" on a random forum about video or learning modules. I want to probably mention that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond Dazzlers. It's accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There's a fierce debate in the subsequent post about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of the Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 includes a picture of Jim. Wait. Pictures from 1996 include pictures of Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as the note about his daughter's band, The Flies. The Flues? Those have been added to your... Okay, hold on. Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band. Okay. Okay, The Flues. Okay, I mean, that's going to be relevant down there somewhere. Been a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond to the fan club. The description said it included a picture of his son Wolf listening to his parents' latest music. Okay, that's one way to get I guess a photo of the kid. Jim and Diamond's son Wolf. Throw that on the list. The Floozies, I guess, is what this is probably technically. Floozies. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently they were opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening act, but this one was unusual. Not because of the music, which she described as a loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in the good way. Two was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The viewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive. And not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They probably were losing a fortune. The viewer said although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. I see. Can't about their identities. Okay. The Floozies. Candy, Nikki, and Nina. See from the band The Floozies that is only available at their live shows. I can't highlight this. Candy, Nikki, and Nina. Conquistador. I can't really. Okay, that's fine. Let me do it this way. These are all-female punk bands. Okay. Oh, this probably isn't going to be relevant since that magazine went out of business. Nothing. Yeah, I figured it's not. It's too new. Okay. All-female punk band. From KG. Also mentioned that for an underground and unknown. Maybe Beef Baby? It's a song by the Floozies. You can't find any, can't actually find anything else about it anywhere, but with a name like this, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Gonna be a euphemism about a newborn cow. Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It piques your curiosity. If only you had the time or the resources to look into it further. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Create notes quickly by highlighting the text with your mouse. Thanks. Passing an online review. Does it matter which one is which? I need a wolf? Oh, okay, they're doing it as wolf. Okay. I guess, is child? Travel agent. I guess student, since he's a kid. And then we know the other one is a musician. Oh. And we know this one looks like that. I'm wondering if it matters what, like, the actual order, since they're both children. I hope it doesn't. That would be kind of pedantic of them, of like, no, the boy has to be on the right and the girl needs to be on the left for some reason. Oh, Candy. Vocals, her name is Candy because she's from the Candy Company. Okay, that makes sense now. Picture of his son, Wolf, listening to his parents' latest music. Thing I was reading about. Pictures of Jim. Okay. As well as a note about his daughter's band. But there's no actual note about that. Which is funny. There's like nothing on. Maybe Candy? I doubt this is gonna get anything, but yeah, okay. What's funny is if you put in a Candy and Roottree, you would get a bajillion hits off of the company, but sure. We'll say that Candy and Roottree, you know, the Roottree Candy Company won't get a hit off of that, sure. So the lead singer... I'm trying to think what else we could jump through to get information about these people. Oh, apparently these are also famous people. Also, I guess this isn't locked in. I'm really confused about why this stuff... Oh, wait. This guy isn't... He's doing advertising now, right? Oh, there it goes. I was about to say, like, why hasn't this... I should have gotten one of these updates. These 3 entries are connected, correct, and have been locked. Great. You've locked the following optional entries. Booyah. Okay. Oh, we included the grandfather. Wait, it didn't lock him in? Weird. Those are some odd choices, but okay. Okay, so I guess those names have been pulled out of the list now, which is good. I assume. Do I have... Melissa... Jack Rocktree, but that's a lady's name. Or wait, no, that's a guy, and then okay, yes, I have that. I had the symbols backwards. Christina. Okay. All right. So. I guess we can go back to Carl and see if there's something else I'm missing about him. Oh, wait, he doesn't do this anymore. He is a... what would you call him? CEO? Because... he's like the CEO of the company, right? Of Root dot. Hold on. Calling company that makes toddlers, although his sister looking. His sister mother. What? Or his sister's mother. Designer appeared on time her daughter was ever listed on her tree. To catalog. Okay. Okay, so I want to make sure I'm getting his job right. This is relevant. Okay, maybe I swear it said he was the CEO, right? Okay. And it was a fashion consultant. Okay. And just become president of Roottrees at the time. When it became... Okay, so... up here, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment. It's just under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Oh god, it's incredibly aggressive jazz guys came back. Look, man, I get it. You love your saxophone. I don't need it at the table, all right? I'm just eating by myself and making constant eye contact. That's not helping. The constant eye contact while I try to eat my burrito is not helping, my man. I just wanted to stop in here for a minute and get some food and relax and look at something on my phone. Please take the sax. Look, there's a couple over there. Go play saxophone for them. I don't need it on the table, all right? Thank you? Thank you. Jeez. Listen, I get it. If you want to play live music at a restaurant, that's a choice. But you don't go up to a lone eater and stare them in the eye the whole time you're playing at their table. Jeez. Okay, so what is this guy's actual job? Model, musician, military, manufacturing, lawyer, farmer, driver, doctor, dancer, construction, comedian, chief. I mean, he's just CEO now? Cashier, baby. Just babe. What is your job? I am baby. Author, advertising. I'm not sure what his job counts as. Bad bonus, okay. Clark Rafferty. I mean, do I need to... I don't think it's gonna help much. Clark. Clark isn't the hard part. I need Rafferty. Carl and his second cousin. Ernie Jr. Wait, that might actually set something up. Okay, he's got a daughter. Second cousin. So this has got to be Ernie Jr.? Wait. That's got to be Ernie Jr. then. Or did I... Gosh darn it. Ernie Jr., yeah. Because these are his two daughters. With his current wife. And we know this is a daughter. And these are his second cousins. So this has got to be Ernie Jr. If... Okay, wait, what? Little singer who has a young daughter around the same age as Rihanna. Okay, we got the gym thing. Oh, this, wait. Carl's cousin, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age. Copied by other bands. President of the Roottrees at the time spearheaded Root. So Ernie Jr. So it's got to be Ernie Jr. Hold on. So there's a Katarina, who's his youngest. Okay, wait. So this doesn't actually matter. Then we can get Katarina in here somewhere. Oh, okay, so he's... Oh, no, that's Christina. So where is Katarina? What? Katarina Wilkins? Huh? Wait, what? The Rafferty's LaRue's. But it... Okay, wait. So, it would be the younger... Okay. 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 Fine. So it's still LaRue. So this is still someone LaRue. So... Wait, where is that at? Oh, okay. It's up here. It's actually a different name. Okay, there's Katarina. Okay, so that's Katarina. That's... okay. We found the Katarina I was missing. Okay, and then... so presumably... this is Jessica. I assume these are just students. Neither of them are babies. Okay, so this is still a LaRue. So yeah, this has got to be Kim. Oh, right. It goes left to right for oldest to youngest, right? Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. So that's actually correct. Right. So I actually have this one backwards then. Because he's the younger brother if the other one's going out and doing, like, concert stuff. Yes. Okay. Awesome. Alright, that makes sense. Okay. And the only other thing we locked in was the Kim.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
Odd.
But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
Shiva candle?
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Oh, okay. All right. The names. We are taking care of them. So he hooked up with someone in the middle here and had this other kid, which should be Earl Jr. So do we have another female root tree that we're not, like, doing anything with? Gwendolyn, Gwen, Jack, Christina, Lauren. Yeah, we still have a few female. Samantha, Tessa. Penelope Tessa Green. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any other photos to lock in for that. Yeah, so this is Carl Jr. Oh yeah, I forgot we have a bunch of new evidence for this. Better for Butler County. Vote for Stephanie Jones. This is buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. There's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. Okay. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, at 22 years later, with a baby on her own, due around Christmas, a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message from her voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to candy company, but if we could talk your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. CM. the next generation. Okay, so I guess it's gotta be... So is this CM then? There are a ton of other... Candy Company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughter would bring and let her conflict spread to the next generation. CM. I'll throw a highlight on that. Words, it's so full of love, and now 22 years later with a baby of her own too. Butler County Times. Take this name, and I'll take that name. Accountants look set out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, and we began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. Butler County Times is presumably a local newspaper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and these adjacent to them. It's been automatically added to your periodical search interface. As a side note, a video module called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County. Turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County or even had any connection to Butler County. What? What? Okay, I guess you're calling out yourself, creator? Sure. Alright, so we have... okay, Butler County Times is now a thing. Well, let's chase down Stephanie Jones while we got the name fresh on in our minds. Most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it's unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon. I'm going to add that to the list of things. Until her marriage to a local business owner, Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County. Also need to add that on there. Has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Okay. Mother and her partner. Noted. Now, she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees. Her mother, Caroline, a local artist who's appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farms. Unlike my mother, I'm not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay. So there's like a cousin. So we got Caroline. Caroline what? Landon? So we got Caroline. Landon. Oop. Landon. With an N. Put an N on it. Nothing? Wait, what? Did I spell it wrong? I must have spelt it wrong. There's no way that's not something. Caroline. Landon? Really? That's not coming up in the newspaper about any of this, huh? Mother, Caroline, artist who appeared on the front page of the Butler Times. Wait. Who appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past? You're admitting she's in this publication, and then when I try to actually look her up, it's not giving me anything? What? Is it, maybe it's Caroline, maybe she took her, like, other mom's name? Caroline Roottrees? No, nothing. What? Okay, well, we have our first hit of, like, contradicting evidence. So she must have a different last name that I'm not understanding? Okay, hold on. Let me try, I guess, just a general search. Landon. Nothing. Okay. Let's do a Stephanie Landon. Okay. Okay. You mentioned Stephanie Jones is small. Okay, that's just the same report. Wait, what is this stuff? I just noticed this, like, this stuff. Okay. Hold on. So... it's got to be a different name then? Never had a father. My mom and her friend, or whatever they said. This isn't not married, it's split up, as in they got divorced. Oh yeah, I forgot about the stupid Carl Jr. thing, or Earl Jr. There's Elise Jr. It's elsewhere in the family tree. Where am I using that then? I guess back at the beginning? Ellis Jr., yeah, so that's not the same person. Clark Jr., Clancy. Ernest Jr.? Is Ernest? Edith. I have never heard of Louise with no last name. Is Ernest another name for Earl? Oh yeah, and then this is actually a musician. Oh, I can get a photo of her, can't I? But I can't... because she actually has... There we go. Forgot. We just don't have a name for her yet. And her partner. I essentially have an entirely female influence. Unless maybe Caroline's not... Maybe Caroline's like the non-Roottrees related one? Appeared in the front page of the bulletin. In the past has been operation policy regarding... Interesting. That's really strange that they're saying she's in the newspaper, but we can't actually find her in the newspaper. That's real odd to me. Okay, so we got some people here. So there's a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage pictures of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Where on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. Okay, so the Free Spirits is new. Sounds like a band? Tree spirits. Nothing. Okay. Investigation was found. This fell out too. Gwen and the boys. No tench. Huh. Well, there's the Gwen thing. Not really helpful right this second. Oh, also this is updated? Okay, wait. It said they were the easiest family members to place. After some time, they returned with new resources. A photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 70s, as well as some of the papers and mail from his office. They said that they had a bit more to share after 9 more blood relatives. Okay, so this is for like Carl's people from his era, I guess. Photo was tucked inside of an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. Enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectation. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I had... But Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could have never had done that much without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie." Okay, so this like whole section can just be highlighted. Is it Brenda? And Brenda was what's-his-face's wife, right? Not him. Yeah. So that's Brenda. So is he just like not employed? Unknown occupation. So is this Earl? Ernie and I have strong, because he says that one thing that talked about Ernie and his Ernie Jr., right? Or Earl Jr.? Charles Lee. I don't know if that's relevant anymore. Yeah, Ernie Jr. And his second cousin. So, I guess if this isn't Ernie Jr., but how is there... Wait, what? Hold on. There's no Ernies on the list, right? Hold on. Yeah, maybe it's not Ernie, it's Ernest and Ernest Jr.? That's got to be what it is. Okay, so... So if that's the case... So that's got to make this like... Ernie? Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., had just become president of the Roottrees at the time. Roottrees. So Ernie Roottrees? I guess is what we're looking for. Split up. Okay, what's the last thing? Okay. Oh, God. Okay. So there's a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Is it this guy? Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. Oh, I guess that's what all this weird lighting is. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. Interesting. There's also a large number of cursive signatures that include Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Ellie M. Okay. So we know, I guess this teenager guy in the middle is actually also... I can't put the bonus photo in there. Wait, do you want... You want this version of him? Or this version of him? Alright. Okay, so that gave us a bunch of names to work with, I guess. So I guess we need Ernest, I guess, is going to be the next famous person we can look up. Where's my notes? Yeah, Ernie Jr. So it's got to be Ernest. Do I have anything? Especially for Nicole's sake. I've done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Okay, so I guess we need Ernest now. Whoa, why did that happen? Okay, that was weird. Random, accidental, actual Google? What happened? I don't know what button I hit on this stupid keyboard to do that, but that happened, I guess. Luckily, all that popped up was just Google. All right. Ernest, Roottree. Really? Okay. Do I need Ernie? Nothing. Carl and Brenda. I'm sorry they weren't able to attend the funeral. As soon as possible. Ernie, more than anyone. Okay. Can I get like a name? Ernie Jr. Water damage picture of the free spirits. Wait, where's the water? Oh, I guess she didn't bring me the water damaged one. Okay, let me try. Did I try this? Where is it? I did try this and it didn't give me anything. No. Nope, okay. So Ernie Jr. So this is showing Ernie Jr. here, but Ernie isn't. So that means Ernie must have died before this was taken. Notable Roottrees. Oh. I didn't realize there was actual names on this. Lorraine Roottree is a famous person? Oh. Okay. Author Lorraine Roottrees. Wait. Okay. Oh, no, that was London. Lorraine Roottrees, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors, in the early 1960s, Lorraine released a few romance novels under her married name, Lorian Rafty. Oh. To little fanfare. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. Wait, what? I guess this would be Lauren then? Huh? Because Rafty... Unless that's maybe this other sibling. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the timeline? A distant relative of the Roottrees sisters in Life Between Wars. According to the website for famous author, in the early 1960s, there were released a few... Oh! Okay, in the early 1960s. Never mind. Never mind, that's not her. My bad, my bad. No. Unknown name. So in the early 60s. So we're looking probably up here somewhere then? That might be the mom on this side? Maybe. Hold on, let's keep going. The set of diary entries released in 1965, A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to the coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspective on changing times and socialites, all the way through the entire entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found a new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, the publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay, I guess we can give it a shot with this and see what happens. It's a relative. Okay, this is just the same stuff, it looks like. I guess I can look up Life Between Wars? Oh wait, does it tell me? I guess it's just her, right? Original name, yeah. Okay, so then, oops, like that. What? Oh, it didn't give me the other E. Hold on. Is that what I'm missing? That's what it was. Okay. Published 1965, student edition, republished 1993, nonfiction. Seems you've hit the jackpot here. This book is occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that have full-page, high-quality pictures in it. Summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some of the particular relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. Well, thank you, Lorraine. Lauren? Oh, here's the previous 2 things. Okay. Below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lorraine Roottrees' diary page in A Life Between Wars. Lorraine Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. She'd been marked on the chart with a star. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and the Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II, while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Clark alone. Clancy. Yeah, this must be on this row. Maybe we can find out who her parent is. It's gonna be... Oh, wait. Oh, Clark alone. Okay, got it. So it's your... Okay, that makes more sense. Now, do they have her under... Lorraine for Roottree or... Yes. Okay, great. So she's a writer. An author? Author. Yeah. Do I have... There's a lot of those that could be... Okay. And then this was... what was his name? Where was the note? I never remarried and only had one child. Jacob. So Jacob... What's his name? Jacob Rafty. Jacob Rafty. I guess it would be under R for Rafty or whatever. Yeah, Jacob Rafty, author. Perfect. Great. Does this count as a photo of her for the purposes of this? Hopefully? Hopefully it does. Okay, well that knocked out that's good. Skimming the pages of the diary. She was the granddaughter of Ellis and Gwyneth on her father's side. Ellis and Gwyneth. She was the granddaughter of Ellis and Gwyneth? Oh, okay, never mind. That didn't sound right, but yeah. On her father's side. So, Clancy would be correct. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Cossells. Sarah. Okay. Noted. It was called the Cossells, but she never remembered. Her father, who she also referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped with a legal document called the Clanced Trust. Okay, yeah, so we already had most of that done. Great. Oh, wait. Oh, there's pages on this. Oh, I thought it was just this front. Have I been missing stuff? Oh, no. So there might be a bunch of this. I might have more notes I didn't even notice. Okay. Okay, the next... Oh, okay, wait. Okay, Clan Trust. Cleared from the context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for their different generations of the family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces, the first generation of children by Gwyneth, and Lauren's father was in this generation. Correct. The next generation, Lauren's generation. The Free Spirits, a generation after Lauren's, including her son. Oh, okay. So, where is it? Oh, here we go. Water damage picture of the Free Spirits out of the frame. This fell out too. Couldn't make it to the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. Okay, so these are the people who are missing. So this, in theory, could be Ernest, Gwen and the boys. Okay, so Gwen would have been Gwen and the boys. So we know he was there. I don't know. Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. 70s. Caroline. Sure, if I go through that the right way, I'm gonna get more information from that, but we'll keep moving. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1953. The entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwen, who is on the notable Roottrees lists. Seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwen, as as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch all 3 young brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. Okay, all 3 young brothers. So these are all brothers. Oh, also on the left, so that makes her the oldest. That also makes sense. Unknown male, and unknown male. Only child. I guess it could be this. I guess the... Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of only childs on this generation's lists. Being expected to watch 3 younger personnel during the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. Her and Aunt Margot. Aunt Margot? Okay, Aunt Margot might be the mom that's not necessary? The unnecessary, like, the unknown spouse? Aunt Margot, I hope she would be the sister I never had and that I'd be the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess, but she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living in a glamorous life while I'm stuck with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlit and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. Okay. Okay. She's the first Roottree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in the world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff just like I do at Gwen. Okay, so Starlit. She gets to be in Starlit. And Telltales, okay. Okay, hold on. Let's find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized. The search is broken, but you can get individual pages from your search engine. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romance, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Oh. Did you know, trivia, Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. Oh. I wonder then that's what's Gwen and the boys. So Gwen was potentially hooking up with Wild Bill, huh? Oh, maybe... Yeah, it would have been her cousin. Maybe this was... Well, no, that's a split up. Oh, wait, what is this? Guardian adoption or otherwise? Oh. Maybe that's where the 2 moms thing comes in, is right here? Maybe. That would be about the right generational gap to be relevant for CM or whatever it was. Okay. Okay, what was the other name? Harrison Lane. Yeah, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild... Okay, so she even admits that her cousin was hooking up with Wild Bill. Information on the website about old films. Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. His larger role before Guys Like Us was a villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Did you know Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited at a movie premiere? Harrison Lane. Uh-huh. Interesting notes. Hold on. Let me just throw that in there just in case. Would be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. Look at the world. Where's life while I'm stuck here with Clark? I must have been seeing Edward. Stares at me. My coffee table. She gets him being starlit? It's kind of a vague term. Starlit was a magazine. Ah, okay, we got it. Starlit was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. It didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking or Hollywood news. Okay. So that gives us some Wild Bill stuff. I feel like this is like the least optimal way of doing this. Wild Bill was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan with stories and gossips about who had been seen with public. Blondes, mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mentions one of the first roles under his real name, Walter Forsythe. The second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottree. An apology to all the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He's directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. When do you know it, that son of a gun cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh, though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even though through the tears, she was incredible. I knew I'd tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. Okay. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also she's present again. Also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. So she had 2 kids. Okay, so this makes sense. She had 2 kids and they were split up. So that makes this the most logical place for Gwendolyn to be. Gwyneth. It's gonna be Gwen? Gwen Roottree. And I guess actress. Actor. And then this is gonna be Wild Bill, or is it gonna be Forsythe? Walter Forsythe. I don't have a picture of her, technically. Oh, actually, wait. Yes, I do. That's her, right? Gwen and the boys, and they're in Paris. That's her. Why is this separated off, though? Oh, Margot. Margolite? Margot. Okay, Aunt Margot. That actually makes sense now, right? Hold on. Company held. That's on their father's side. Next generation. Soldier assisting to watch. Aunt Margot. Yeah, Margolite. Okay. Okay, that answers that question. Yep. Okay, figured it out. Margolite. Boom. Boom. This. She's the first woman to not be a stay-at-home mom. So that means all the other females up here are stay-at-home wives? Housekeeper? What do we got? Oh, housewife. Housewife. Okay. We don't know what Miracle's deal is yet. Edward. Author. He had 4 brothers. Ellis Jr. Gwendolyn, so I guess that makes her a housewife. Well, she's only the first to not have. Margot, housewife. We don't know who the dad is. Wait, so she... I guess she took her mom's name? Huh. Yeah, I guess she just took her mom's name. Wait, where was I reading? Okay, application. She was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again. Gives rumor more credibility. Okay, so Gwen. Oh, wait, right here. We can do this. Gwen Roottrees. On the website. VHS. Gwen Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which she've added to the evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwen was the granddaughter of Ellis Roottrees, the founder of Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Okay, that explains what I was just talking about. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees in the first place. Okay, and... oh yeah, definitely going for like a Marilyn Monroe reference. So is a widely circulated photo of Gwen Roottrees, and in multiple websites about old films. Gwen Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list, and your evidence shall be marked on the chart with a star. Okay. Maybe you want that photo instead? Alright, handled. We mostly gotta figure out, like, her kids or something. And so why did that little thing at the end get put in there? Okay, it didn't seem to change anything. Okay, so we copy this. She was often in starlets. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she was announced she was divorced, she announced she was pregnant again. Others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in the mid-1957s where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of my name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but okay. Well, there's the dad. Dad is Cornwall. Linus Cornwall. Bam. Okay. Answered that question. My husband goes by Wild Bill, it's an infamous name for reposed himself because he didn't want to have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, combined with alliteration of Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although we relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a Scarlet exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way. We're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. We also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we... okay, hold on. That's how we'll honor both of our families' names for the next generation. Alliteration. So it's going to be 2 names in a row. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. That's an interesting joke. Okay, so it's alliteration. But they're getting alliteration. William. Wait, what was the dad's name? Walter Forsythe. So Robert and Ronald? Wait, did she mention it was specifically sons? Some will... Okay, no. No, it doesn't mention specifically that it's sons or daughters or whatever. He missed his name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams. Incredibly memorable. It was Wild Bill... What? Oh, Wild Bill Williams. So Wild Williams. Oh, okay, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into the alliteration. That's how we honor both our family names. Okay, so it's gonna be RRs. Which is probably the RR from that criminal case? How many RRs are there? Okay, Robert and Ronald are both RRs. We don't know which one's the older one, though. We'll just get this down for now. And have to do a little bit more of a deep dive into that. Okay. I was kind of hoping to get more off of this. I think if there was... It's from the 1950 movie theaters that happen to list name and cast lists. Does it seem... Oh, okay. Wow, they actually had a reference to this. That's actually interesting. Christmas Mission. These movies keep coming up, but I don't know if they matter. Christmas Mission is on a page of flops. It was a war movie about World War I released in 1955. It received poor reviews and lost studio money. She had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. The movie is marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found. Okay, what was the other one? Guys Like Us? This one actually sounds vaguely familiar. This is 1953, in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client, and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwen, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. As you know, the title's a play on words, as it can be read that the two women are men similar to the other men, or that the men are fond of them. Oh, I get it. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, let's see. Pages. Only Florence was Gwen was co-starring Guys Like Us. Not much relevant information, as she does not have any additional credits on the site. There's not even a did you know section for her. Okay. I think we looked up Harrison Lane, right? Lane has mentioned a few passages here or there, but nothing seems relevant. Okay, great. Alright. So we have an idea of what's going on with this now. So... Gwen and the boys. So she wouldn't have been... So in this... Oh, there's still more to go, but... So yeah, in this one, she wouldn't have had the kids yet, it doesn't sound like. Okay, let's keep going with this. The topic, girl would like... So just Gwen. Okay, 1958. It's called Dynasty from Lauren Rogers' diary, written in 1958. It focuses on the day her grandfather Ellis announced he would step down as president of the Roottrees Candy Company and the meeting to determine his successor. Wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. Architects, preachers, lawyers... Wait, with architects, preachers, and lawyers... We knew about the architects and the lawyer thing, kind of. Time for candy. So with the 5 pieces rushing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Okay. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family since we still have the root tree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5 pieces. Okay. Firstborn son of the... Okay, that'll be over here. Okay, no page, please go away. Okay, firstborn son, but he doesn't have the name. Zach Wilson. I guess second president? Okay, so that's Zach Wilson. We need a different Wilson? Ooh, there's a couple of them, though. Fudge. Oh, I thought we were gonna get there real easy, like, but nope. Okay, second president. What is this music? The music choices in this are so wild sometimes. If it's not the jazz guy sitting at the table with you, you've got this person just noodling on like an 80s synth keyboard. Okay, I've asked Clancy, let's see, instead of ended up going to Zach, he's rather relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had very particular views when it comes to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up with that. Wait. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. And I'm the next oldest of us all. Okay, wait. Angie's... Okay, so Angie's in here around the same time. Around the same time as Zach. After all, Angie's older than Zach. And I'm the next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. Shocker. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only members of the family who look like he samples the product. I assume this implies Zach was a heavyset fellow? At least when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back. Okay. Keep that noted. Stay with the batch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name. I didn't have Clancy would have wanted it. Pieces refusing to step up, it came down to the next gens. Sorry, there's 6 things going on here. I don't know if that's really relevant, but at least we got the picture of the guy for that. Sam. Entitled Sam from Warren Diary 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Ellis Roottries had given into his wife's and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time, Lorraine writes. Why, Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches from the family tree, so why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize. Angie surmised all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys... So Miracle had 2 boys, huh? Oh, what? You just have to put these in as you go. You just have to do that. Presumably one of these is Miracle Jr. Okay, Miracle's boys spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Okay, Uncle Junior is married to Patsy. Noted. Uncle Junior is married to Patsy. Is that Patricia? Penelope? It's probably Patricia. I'll throw Patricia on there for now. Okay, Uncle Junior's. That would be the right. Hold on. Yeah, it'd be Uncle Junior, which this is her mom's uncle. Yeah, that makes sense. Junior's Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the Forehands, EC, and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Working alongside the farmhands, EC, and John Anderson from going to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. Ellie, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Huh? Okay, so she also has a brother named Eli, or whatever. Okay, so this is Eli. Okay, how many Eli? Ah. Wait, what? Eli. Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Even chimed in. Apparently, he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago. Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seemed thrilled. I guess that's what they call, instead of Eli, it's Eli. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs. Especially one who worked on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup. Why is Granddad making an exception now? Is this a side kid? This is a side kid, isn't it? Okay, so you have... So she has a brother named Elias. And then... Not my brother. I guess that would be the cousin. I have to keep that in mind. Okay, last one. Clark. One of the final entries called Clark from Lorraine. Okay, Clark's getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sakes, and Daniela isn't much older. Daniela? Oh yeah, we also technically have... Does that look like Clark? That kind of looks like Clark to me, a younger Clark. Let's see, much only confronting... Okay. Clark's getting married. He isn't much older. Oh god, the jazz guy's back, isn't he? Oh, the jazz guy's back. Come on, man. Come on. There's other tables in this restaurant, bud. Go play your saxophone over there. I don't need this right now. He's much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Jacob. She was married to... Okay, Jacob. Yeah, okay, we got that part already. Oh, I got a photo for him now. Where's Army Guy? Army Guy. Good, he left already. That was a quick one. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pops forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Okay, so Clancy is Carl's dad. Could be. Clancy Edwards, so Clancy Jr.? Or Clancy... Oh, no, wait. Hold on. Wait. That's the only one who has displayed any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. And Pop refers to... Okay, that's her dad. So her dad made her brother send her nephew to the academy. Send him to the academy. It was just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge. The rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. I don't know what that means. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Clancy's a lawyer. Edward is so... advertising. So he'll take over his department. So this must be Edward. And he was also a lawyer. Okay. Then we've gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle of My Heart, is based off the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even... What? Okay. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay. There's a lot to take in right there. Okay. So that's Zach. This is an unknown female with twins. Did it say... Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Okay, so Zach's not bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay. So, presumably... What's his last name? Wilson? So... we need a female Wilson? Yeah, so that would be... Jem, then. So that would also probably make her a housewife? We have twins down here. How risky do I want to get for this? We don't know if they decided to keep... What do we got? What other Wilsons? We don't know what name they took, so we can't do that. So that's Zach Wilson. That's Gem Wilson. So we got a Jason Wilson and a Steven Wilson. Okay. Quinn is Quinn. Okay. Okay, we got a lot of notes out of this stuff. But that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Danielle, though? Did we miss something about... Youngest, not my brother. Did we get something about Danielle with Clark? Ooh, the family. There's the RR thing. Second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow legacy by Wespus. Oh, this is that obscure book. I think we figured out Jen. Carl, second cousin Ernie. And president of Roottrees at the time. Or Roottrees. Okay. Okay. So what is this photo? What? Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. Caption. This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. Okay, that's him on the left. So before we get too far into this. Okay. We get some stuff crossed off, get some names taken out of the book. Okay, those were the ones we were basically sure of. Wow. Dang. Wow, we got some work done with that one. Oh my god. Oh, and we were right about the Patricia thing. Okay, great. Yeah. We knocked out more names.
Victory Screech!
It's a small victory, SpongeBob. It's a small victory, but it is a victory nonetheless. Okay. It's him on the left. It was taken 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Right. And we knew Eli Jr. was the architect, right? Still don't know if Miracle is a architect. Yeah. Okay, so he's in this photo then, right? Eli just designed. Ag and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Oh. Okay, so this is Little Boy Miracle. I guess. 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I supposed to stop the tantrums. They posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never took a second photo. Who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Aunt Gwendolyn. Okay. Mr. Moradin? James Morden, and then there's Zachary Morden. So it's not probably the spouse, because it would be Wilson? Okay. So... hold on. So that's her dad. And then celebrate the move. Okay. So that's Miracle. So Miracle is a guy, it would appear. I think that's a boy? I think that's a guy. So presumably an unknown female. Okay, wait, what did she say about the Miracle's son? Twins, like Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Okay, so there's a Miracle Jr., so this must be Eli Roottrees. Oh, Ellis. Word. So there's two of them. Not my brother. So it's named after his brother. Youngest. And then I guess Miracle Jr.? And then this would probably make this Miracle the third? We're reaching here a little bit. We're reaching here a little bit, everyone, alright? We're reaching a little bit. We're reaching a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. Apparently Miracle Jr. might also be famous. Apparently. Okay. So that's the dad. That's Miracle. So this has got to be Alice Jr., the architect. That's got to be Alice Jr. Now the other thing is the women, the two aunts. Did she mention? She mentioned something back at the beginning in her diary about dyeing her hair blonde like her cousin or like her aunt. My pieces. The next generation learns. Complains. One child complained of loneliness. I told her I was going to watch three younger brothers and didn't feel like blessing it. Summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot. I hoped she would be the sister I never had and then do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the two of them. Ah. Okay. That answers that question. So, where is it? So the blonde is going to be Aunt Margot. And that makes Gwendolyn the brunette? Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, we didn't really get anything else in, sadly, before that happened, but that's fine.
You're listening to...
Oh, we're getting a story beat.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottrees' belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why.
What?
For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
WRTD News, huh? Okay. WRTD WRTD News. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. Fantastic. During their news segment at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. The most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. In the interview, it's revealed that it wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternative agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. The comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real, true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." Okay. The Roottree curse is fun. Let's look at this. Okay. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on the black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update. Illuminati. Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottree company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982. Guy. Okay. But nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madison Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Ernie Madison Jr. Okay, that's new. Okay, wait. Ernie Madison Jr.? Ernie Madison Jr. Ernie Madison. We're keeping that name. Wait, is that even a name on the list? Ernie Madison Jr.? Okay, it is the Ernest and Ernest Jr. thing. With his cousin. Okay, so we have confirmation of what those names are. It's the Madisons now. Maybe we can look that up at some point. But nobody was arrested, and then Ernie Madison Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. That feels like a joke. They're talking about like how they maintain the clock or something, which it has been slowly going up, by the way. I don't agree. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff, okay. Chris Raff 75 at prodigy.us. Okay. Asking him to take down his site with fake proof that Ernie Madison Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. With faked proof, the owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Rootree Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on... Oh my god, this is insane. Alright, Okay, it's a real, and I watched the helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website footer says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Yeah. Let's look you up, Thomas. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottree Curse website, you'll also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000, and that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Okay. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers, which claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock's price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll also end up with 666. Wow, that is an elaborate one. That is an elaborate one. That no matter what you do, you can always end up with 666 using this bizarre formula. All right. Cool, 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 cool. All right, what is this operation? Hold on. What is operation? We gotta look this one up. We gotta look this one up. Find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over. And every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottree Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. There is proof that the Roottree candies contain polyglycerol polyricylite, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Rotttree candy in the past. Oh, I just realized my phone died. Rotttree candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolate approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Makes sense. Oh yeah, I don't know what this is about. Find a simple page called The Art of Raftery. Oh, okay. Copyright 1997 on Prodigy that lists the author's email address as such. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned "Me and my fiance Lulu." A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. There's an odd collage called Cousins, a collage called Cousins, which seemed to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist's statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Rihanna, Riley, or Rose, so I'd had to get it creative and use only my third cousins." This includes Davy. He swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture. Okay. And Davy's younger sister. Oh, and Davy's younger sister. And Stephanie, who is an only child. Taking all that down. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence. Chris? But the cousins photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a few applications, Pixpop, to edit the photos. Okay, I didn't expect Chris Rafferty, self-portrait. Okay, the art piece was found in the portfolio of college student Chris Rafferty, and referred to as a self-portrait of me and my fiance, Lulu. Okay, I'm gonna tell you all right now. I've seen this before. I don't know what this means. I've never bothered to look up what this SIC thing in like a quote means. I have no idea. Okay, so Chris Rafferty. Okay, so this must be Chris Rafferty then. Interesting. Well, he has a spouse, so I guess that would be Lulu? Rafferty. Okay. And apparently he is an artist. Or I guess he's a student in a university, right? And then Lulu? I doubt that's her real name. Yeah, I don't see a Lulu in here. Use in brackets after a copied or quoted word that appears odd or erroneous to show that the word is quoted exactly as it stands in the original. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's all it means is literally a quote, even if it is wrong, like, grammatically. Alright, that's fine. Noted. Thank you, Ika. Appreciate that. Okay. So, presumably he's married to Lulu? Lulu. Chris Rafferty, self-portrait. He mentioned something on the website. What did she... Okay. Lulu. I'll go for my first year of college. I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. Lulu. So probably Laura something. What about just Tartans? Tartans are the mascot for the Carnegie Mellon University. It doesn't seem relevant. Okay. Yukon. You search for Yukon, you find out that it's the University of Connecticut, and it's that Davy Kellogg, 4th, is on the swim team, the Huskies. He also came in second in his most recent competition, though that doesn't seem relevant. Davy Kellogg is a cousin? Davy Kellogg the 4th. Okay. Makes as much sense as anything else. Your sister and Stephanie, who is an only child. Oh. Ooh. We are gambling with some stuff on this one. Because we got 2 with the sisters. Wilson. And we got Wilson over there. And it says it's specifically his cousins, right? They use get creative and use my 3rd cousins. Right. Third cousins. Dad's sibling. Wait, what? Race and occupation. Wait, where's the one that explains... There's one of these that explains what a 3rd cousin is, and I want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, because that doesn't technically physically work. Because if this is him, and that's his dad, these would be just cousins. So I might be misunderstanding how this actually looks. Is that a note? Ah, okay, wait, here we go, yeah. 3rd cousins. Also sometimes referred to as a distant cousin, people that share the same great-great-grandparents, but not the same great-grandparents. Okay, so they're doing a little bit different concept of what a 3rd cousin is. Sometimes referred to people that share the same grandparents. Okay, yeah. So people that share the same great-great-grandparents. So that is a little bit different then. So grandparent, great-grandparent, great-great-grandparent. So yeah, 3rd cousins would be Jeez. So yeah, great grand or third cousins would be literally any of these, and either of these two. Because it couldn't be these ones, because they share the same grandparent, right? Great grandparent, parent, grandparent, great grandparent. So these would be second cousins to him. So if he's looking for third cousins, it would have to be these two or any of these ones. Okay. Okay. So we're still good. We're still good. Evidence. On Bethany's yearbook picture. She's Davy's younger sister. Okay, where are these pictures? Ah. Okay. This is Chris Rafferty's cousin's art project and is said to include pictures of Davy, he swims for Yukon, Bethany's yearbook picture, Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Perhaps you could extract them using an application on your PC? How would you like me to do that? Oh, pick keep on. Okay. Lurk shower? Okay, we're just about done for the day. I'm gonna try to get these photos taken care of. Okay, wait. Restore the photo. Zoom in with your mouse wheel or left right click. That seems a little big. Hair that lines up like at all? I really don't. Do I need to like... No, it says only zooming in. Doesn't line up at all. Like, that's actually fine. That? Okay, yes. We found it. We found something. No, too many. No, stop it! There we go. Like that third click from Most Exaggerated. Nope. Oh, okay. Okay, restored. What? Daichu to me? To my? Oh, okay. Rotate with the mouse wheel. Oh, okay. Okay, this one's a lot easier. There's some logic, I feel like, in this one. That first one was pretty buck wild. Oh. Oops, not that one. Wait, what? No, no, no. Ah. Middle school. Okay, so this is gonna be... Can I take a note of this? I can't, apparently. Is it today? For more information about this photo, inspect Chris's art project. Okay, cousin 1. So middle school, this is going to be Davy's younger sister. Okay. Can I make a note on this or something? Middle school. Oh, I don't know how I'd do that. Never mind. We'll have to just remember what's going on. I mean, it ties back in pretty directly, so it's not that big a deal. Okay, where's the art project? Oh, here we go. Oh, right, we do this from our PC. Let the photo back into shape. Oh, this is going to actually be more complicated than I was expecting. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, you just gotta kind of like, I guess, work each one. I don't think there's a fast way to do this, but this is fine. Like a whole nother row over here. I don't know what this is. Oh, it looks like it goes in the back there. Hold on. Calm down, duck. I don't need your help. I've got it. I've got it. Okay, yeah, it goes like back there like that. Okay, okay. More sense to do it that way. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. You don't need to get involved, Duck. It's just a time-consuming process. All right, Duck, calm down. Duck off. It's fine. Scrambled is a part of it. Kind of resemble this one. Okay, so that's Davy. I can't rearrange these, which annoys me a little bit. So Davy swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture says she's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Well, she says she's younger sister, so it would make sense that they're implying that she's in middle school. Okay, but we have photos for them if need be. Pictures I could use to inventory I met. Only a few of them got back to me. Lulu. His email address, Chris Raff. I mean, it'd be funny if we could reach out and, like, talk to him, but... Back to me. Teacher won't allow. Okay, I think we're good on this, then. Guys, this guy's car. Is this, like, anything? No. Okay. Step down is poisoned. To take down his site with fake proof that Ernie Matterson Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. Imagine, okay. I do like this. It was on February 29th. Thomas Overwood. Okay. So what else do I got in here now? Every time they return with resources, as soon as the papers mailed from his office, they said they would return again later. Long before that, we're set to return. You heard something odd on WRT radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned you would search online for maybe to find out more info. Yeah, I don't think we need anything else. This is another instance of Roottrees curse being a real thing. Carl was murdered, and the picture had evidence on it. I don't think we need anything else off of this. Since they don't mention the psychologist. Okay. Lulu. That might be one of those ones we pull at the end. Okay, so I think... Yeah, we're basically done with this photo. Later, they never even took a second photo. Why not just take a photo of the kids and just let them have a photo of themselves? Okay, so what do we got next? Laundry now contains labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Caption. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me he looked like a lot like Pop did in the old one. Okay, so this is Eli. I assume her brother? Okay. These are, some rough ideas. I mean, I guess there's I don't see much of a resemblance, but okay. On the way to the left, but I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted that the 4 of us stand together. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, that looks exactly like their dad. Where is that photo? Oh, right there. Yeah, that looks exactly like their dad. That makes a lot more sense. But I was outvoted by the insisted that the 4 of us stand together and we were clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Right. The 4 of us. So who's... I guess this is the other one? Alright, so that would make you... Who? So it's 4 guys. Is this like the little brother is the 4th? Okay, if that's the case, then that would make this you. Also looks like their dad, kinda, yeah. Who would go on to apparently become a lawyer. Might have triggered a thing there if that was correct. Oh, I don't know his occupation yet. Okay, this is the four of us stand together and we are clumped in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. We wanted to good. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why including Sam. I also didn't think it was fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. I guess the older looking guy with the glasses? Okay. Maybe they want this one instead. I don't know. Okay, so Gwen didn't make it, and the boys. So I guess those are her 2 sons she's with? But they look way too old. Unless it's these 2 guys. This is we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. Who's this lady? We have these extra ladies. Miracle Jr. Else. So Gwen and the 2 boys are gone, and then we have 2 ladies and Sam. Presumably the kid he's with is his son. Presumably the older son. This one might not have been born yet. Throw that on there. So yeah, we don't know who these 2 others are. Oh, well, she said, oh no, Gwen's the blonde. So this is probably Sam, then? Where does the secret file fall in? No, it's right here. Unless Sam is secretly... Oh, yeah. He would be the secret brother to all of these people. So that's why they want him included in the photo.
Are you winning, son?
We're making progress. I think we're doing okay. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in and has 2 names that must be typed in manually. Clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Well, Sam's a pretty big inconsistency. Okay, Sam. Okay. We got a lot of stuff done there. Okay. We still have the list. Yeah, this list of notable people. So we got Miracle Jr., which we're working on. We got Red, which we haven't heard anything about Red. Ellis and Gwyneth, which is... We're still working on Gwyneth's stuff, but we finished Ellis's stuff. And then Carl Roottrees, which we've been chasing that down too. I'm surprised there's still more stuff about him, but we guess we haven't figured out who his dad is yet. Because I think we've got the kids, right? Yeah, we got the kids and his wife, and we kind of figured out who his dad might be. Yeah, because Pops had Junior send him to the academy. advertising a lawyer. They said all of her brothers went into, like, some sort of scientists or some kind of, like, higher education role. Okay. This is actually a good time to stop because we're probably going to need to jump into one of these other star people. Probably try to chase down Junior over here, Miracle Junior, so we can try to get this, like, side maybe kind of finished up. Because once we start filling some of this stuff in, I think this will just kind of fall out at some point. And I'm pretty sure we have a picture, an older picture of him with her and that one, and then we have the two ladies over here somewhere, and then this might be Sam. We'll have to see. Oh, we have that Ernest stuff floating around still too. We got to figure out what's going on with the Ernest thing. This was a rough guess. This was just a flat out guess on that kind of. All right, but yeah, next time we'll have to see if maybe we can't try to knock this stuff out using Miracle Jr. as kind of a jumping off point, since he should be connected to basically all of this. And maybe we can find out what his dad did to try to knock that out and get, like, some of these other names knocked out. Because I feel like if we could get his job, we could probably knock out these three and him, and that would take care of some stuff. I'm still confused on why we haven't gotten her, so maybe farmer isn't the right thing. Maybe it was just housewife? It was just housewife. Gosh darn it. Alright, well that just happened. These entries are correct and have been locked in. Yep.
Get some.
Thanks, Duke. Thanks. Alright, housewife, lawyer, and student college. Oh, one last story beat, apparently.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it.
Uh-huh.
But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a root tree.
Shock.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
15 more blood relatives? They've been 6 up to this point. Suddenly we're going to 15, huh?
Nani?
Dang. Nani indeed. Okay, instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed they were a root tree. They also told you to give you more of an explanation the next time they've returned. Okay. So yeah, this is probably a good time to call it. Wait, what's this? Alphabet Davis in the race names of the geniuses? Davis ends and beginnings. Family Doku. A young alphabet adventure. Oh, Alphabet David reverses. And Alphabet Davis's secret searcher. Okay, what's the point of making that a clickable? I guess just to show how much of a detective we are, we have a bunch of detective books. Bubbles Montjoy? What? The Notorious Montjoys. I wonder if this is setting up a sequel? Or if this is like a prequel thing, something else they've made that I'm not familiar with. Okay, interesting stuff. So far this is great, and it's very similar to the Return of the Obra Dinn, which, all right, fair enough. I enjoyed a lot of Return of the Obra Dinn, so I'm enjoying this quite a bit also. I'm curious to see where they're going. I don't think it's going to make any kind of completely wild left turns. I don't know if they're going to, what they're going to do with the whole concept of if there is some sort of conspiracy going on or not. I don't know if that's going to be in there. They could set it up that it's not so much that they're cursed as someone's actively bumping them off for the money, which maybe this woman is trying to figure out who that is or something. Obviously, we have the secret reveal thing of the top secret memo. We have the only thing we really got going now that seems like it's suspicious is Sam. They don't really want to talk about Sam yet, but it almost seems too out front that it's just going to be a pretty mundane reveal on what's going on with Sam. There's been a couple of other little weird things in the background that we haven't been able to look at. Like that thing with the lady who was supposedly been in the newspaper, but then suddenly we can't find anything about her in the newspaper. That's really strange to me. I'm wondering if there's like some kind of disownment at some point due to certain life choices they may or may not be going through, if that makes sense. But so far, I've enjoyed it. We're gonna definitely keep at it. Lurkers, thank you. You have the Twitch pro go around. We always appreciate you. Anybody checks the VODs here on Twitch, checks the VODs on the YouTube repository. Also greatly appreciated. Seeing those numbers helps keep me motivated. If you need a well thought out solution, you need a thinking solution. Raven Hillbrook Inc. Thinking Solutions. And that's gonna be it for me, everyone. I hope you have a good rest of whatever you're up to. And yeah, I think that'll do it. Bye.